Good morning, everyone. 9:01 a.m. on Monday, June 15th, 2020. We have a Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have an agenda before us. Can I have someone please move acceptance of that agenda? Councillor Laird, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Adoption of the minutes. Item 3.1. Any changes to the agenda or any changes or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, could I have someone move? Councillor Duncan moves acceptance. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, 9 a.m. Delegation, Kirby Bigchild, the Executive Director of Asukawin Friendship Center. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning. Thank you again to have me here. Probably looking at me, not this guy again. Thanks for having me. I come before you today to seek some type of partnership or working together on National Indigenous Peoples Day. June 21st, it falls on a Sunday. It's also Father's Day. Asukawin Friendship Center is planning on having a small parade. It'd be just us with a semi-truck and a low bed with our drummers and dancers. We'll have drummers and a few dancers on the low bed, and then I'm planning on probably having maybe 15 dancers walking alongside and dancing on our route. So we're going to do a route from Home Hardware coming up Main Street, and then go east towards 7-Eleven, and then from 7-Eleven go south and go alongside the Burger Bear and right down to Shell, and then back to Home Hardware. So it'll be about a 40-minute trek. I do have drummers and dancers lined up. Truck possibly. What I'd really like to see is the county vehicle. I believe you guys have a Sasquatch vehicle, or I don't know. Yeah, so that would be pretty cool to either lead or follow. I'd like to see the town car as well. Being that it's such short notice, we just decided this last minute last week, and we got a little bit of money donated for the event, and we'd like to use it. So there's going to be the drummers, the dancers. It'll be a 40-minute trek, and then come back to the center and have a barbecue for the community. Yeah, so we're looking at the fair, or the parade, the community barbecue. We're going to have some of our canopies set up in the back, and we're going to use that Hart oil field parking lot there. And then at night, we're planning on having fireworks, and the fireworks will be situated south of the fire hall. So 2 years ago, we hosted a fireworks event there, and it worked out really well. So I submitted my applications for the fireworks permit, the use of the roads, and just getting all the paperwork finalized right now, working on fireworks insurance, stuff like that. But it'll all be in place fairly quickly. So I'd love to have the county vehicle participate in the walk and the drive, and also if there's any room in your budget, if you can make a donation towards the event. So there'll be a couple $1,000s worth of drummers and dancers cost, maybe $1,000 in food, and of course fireworks. So again, I know it's short notice. I am going before the town tomorrow. I'm on the delegation for 1 p.m. tomorrow. And just to give you, I'll be asking the town for $2,500 to go towards whatever, all of it, or it'll be just put towards the event. Last year I spent around $14,000 on National Indigenous Day. Yeah, so just to give you a heads up, it's a small event this year. Last year, we were up at the football field, and we had quite a few things set up, and being that we're only, what do you call that, phase 2, I think we're allowed to have up to 100 people, so I think drawing some attention back into the town, bringing an event, you know, there's not much going on. I'm sure the community wants to see something. Being Canada Day is not having fireworks this year. Yeah, I think it'd be a good time to do something for the community and really try to get people back out there and bring people together again. And but yeah, it'd be awesome to see the county vehicle, the town vehicle. And you can walk as well if anybody wants to come and flip some hamburgers, hot dogs. Yeah, so I just figured I'd come, share what we're doing. It'd be awesome to get you on board. And yeah, I'm excited for the fireworks. Last year the fireworks were pretty amazing. This year they'll be a little better. Yeah, that's all I have. I welcome any questions.
Any questions or comments from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
And I know this is last minute. Do you have a time schedule as far as when you want to start?
Oh, yes,
and that kind of-
2 p.m. the parade will start. It's just gonna be one truck. It's not gonna be large. It's just gonna get the drums going, doing our route. So 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock barbecue, and then probably 10:30, 11 for fireworks. So we're probably gonna I'll probably get a little flack for having fireworks so late at night, but we'll see. And the fireworks company I've been hiring the last 3 years is the Fireworks Factory, and they do this for a living, and they're out of Rockford. They're an amazing crew.
Councillor Lang.
Good morning, Kirby. I have a few questions. So in the past, where have the funds come from for this event?
Fundraising. I get oil and gas dollars from a select few companies: Shell Canada, Repsol, CNRL. Yeah.
Are these companies not able to give this year?
I did get some because of this everything, pandemic and oil. It's dropping, but Shell's really is still there for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are the dollars that you're raising for this community barbecue, is that to go for the burgers or the barbecue as well?
All of it.
All
It's
of it?
for the, yeah. I have $6,000 available for this event.
Okay. And one last question. Are there any dollars coming from the 2 reserves, Sunsheld and Old Chiefs, to contribute towards this event?
No, it's an interesting dynamics to get that kind of support from the Indigenous communities. All their dollars are for on reserve. I don't think they've ever donated.
Okay.
I put the word out there, but
Okay. Thank you.
yeah.
Councillor Lillard.
First of all, thank you, Kirby. It's great to have our community have an opportunity to come together and celebrate. We've had a lot of world events that are not very positive, so it's nice to have something very positive to celebrate. Given that we're not having the air show this year, I think that we have an opportunity to reallocate funds towards this. So I would be very pleased to make this recommendation that we would have council support allocating funds from I'll say agriculture and community services budget is what I see is there, in the amount of $2,500 for the, I'm going to butcher the Asquin? Asoquin, thank you for correcting me. Friendship Center's National Indigenous Day event That would be my recommendation. And also to include at least the Sasquatch vehicle in it as well, if we could include that. And again, thank you, Kirby, for coming forward and helping our community celebrate what an amazing place we live in and how we are a community together. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Kirby, I have one question for you. With the current AHS regulations of only 100 people in outdoor events or indoor seated audience events, do you have any plans to have to limit the number of people attending? Because as you know, the numbers for COVID have actually been going up this week when they were declining before. I believe it was 50 new cases yesterday. And my only concern with this is if we are promoting an event and sponsoring an event that is only going to be, you know, we have a positive trend, right? Or we had a positive trend for COVID, and we do not want to see it reverse and go the other way. So my only hesitation on sponsoring this is due to COVID, and we really won't know that until later on in the week till we have more data. So my question, to make a long story short, or a short story long, do you have any plans to limit the gathering to only 100 people? And if so, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, very good question. So I'm gonna have extra staff for the barbecue, and then I'm kind of on the fence with the barbecue because it is gonna be drawing people near. So my original thought was we'll have our cooks, it'll be just barbecues or hamburgers and hot dogs, so everybody would be wearing PPE and nobody would be touching anything. They'd get their hamburger, mustard and salt packages and given to them. So nobody would be touching anything, and it would be, I'll have my staff in areas to keep everybody distanced. The peace officers will be available for the day for the event. I'll have one assigned from 2 right to the end of the night. And yeah, we'll be always talking about and making aware that everybody should be physically distancing. In our media, when we advertise about it, we'll be stressing the fact that social distancing, bring your masks, whatever you feel comfortable with. But yeah, that's been a concern of mine as well. Absolutely bringing people together, and absolutely the trend of a week before was 15 to 20, and now it's coming back up. The concern is there, absolutely. At new times, it's changing world. What do, right?
Yep.
We can practice the best cases that we can be as safe as we can. We'll have all those measures in place, and if you have any recommendations as well, we'd accept it.
And the barbecue is taking place right at the Friendship Center or a different
It'll be
location?
outside. It'll be outside in the back, and the way it's set up there, we'll have it so it's spaced out pretty good. And yeah, I'd like to have the barbecue, but if it comes to the day and it's, you know, maybe it's not the best. Maybe it's a drive-up barbecue. Maybe we situate, everybody just drives up, we run out hamburgers.
Well, let's hope the cases go the opposite direction starting today, and
Absolutely.
it's not an issue.
Absolutely, and then for the fireworks, everybody again will be, like, it's fairly spaced out. We had, I think there was 200 or 300 people there at the fireworks from 2 years ago, when it was a healthy space. It wasn't crowded. I think it went really well. So being we can have the firefighters, I haven't talked to I've been dealing with Evan Stewart, the assistant fire chief, and I haven't requested it yet, but I'd like to have a fire truck, maybe even in the parade, but also during the event they can help keep the physical distancing.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for that question. Also, if there can be an opportunity to have a a speech to the community or whatever, at the fireworks or at the parade. If any of you wanna, you know, have any type of comment, you're more than welcome to.
So we have a motion. Are there any further questions or comments from council? Tracy, could we have that motion read back to us?
That the committee recommends that council supports allocating funds from Agricultural Community Services 2020 budget in the amount of $2,500 and supports the use of the Sasquatch vehicle in the parade for Assokuin Friendship Center's National Indigenous Day event.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. There's an additional staff recommendation. Councillor Laird.
I was just going to also try to hurry up and add a friendly amendment to include that if the members of the fire service have staff available, that they can put the truck in. As the managing partner, I think that's something that our CAO could work on.
Okay, so we have another motion then on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion? Motion carries 7-0. There's an additional staff recommendation that council, or that committee recommends that council approves councillors' attendance at the National Indigenous Day event on June 21st, 2020. Is there a councillor who would make that motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson moves. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Kirby.
Thank you. If I may, one quick more comment. Tomorrow I'll be drafting up a poster advertising this, and I'll share it with Tracy. And I'd love to put your logo on it, and if that's okay. And then if Tracy can share it with you, and if you like it or if you want something added to it, let us know, and then we can get it out to the media.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Yes, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie Bertagnoli, Supervisor of Community Services and Agricultural Production. I just wondered if I could get a little bit of clarity. Would one of you councillors be driving the Sasquatch vehicle, or would you like me to get a member of staff to drive the vehicle?
I don't know if any of us are on the insurance to drive the Sasquatch vehicle, are we?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're volunteering? Okay. So Councillor Duncan will be driving.
Sorry, I won't be here this weekend, so I better
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Okay, I do not know my schedule yet, as it's Father's Day and my mother's, I think, 75th birthday. So,
It is Father's Day, yeah.
okay. Okay, so we'll continue and we'll figure out who is going to be there before the weekend for sure.
Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 5.1, corporate services staffing requirements. Mr. Hagan.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. Corporate Services wanted to discuss the possibility of consideration for 2 new staffing positions. The records management or records coordination position has been discussed by the committee and by council previously, and my sense was general support for the position. And just as a quick recap, we had a study done by an outside party in 2019 recommending that we make some changes both to our systems and to our practices in terms of records management. And this is essentially to reduce risk, that we can find the documents when we need to find them, but also to secure privacy of the information within our documents. And unfortunately, this position was not approved for the 2020 budget. I wanted to bring this one back before the committee have some discussion and see if there's still support for adding this into the draft budget for 2021 for council's consideration. The second position is directly related to communications. What we're experiencing and have been experiencing for the past number of years is increasing demand from council, from administration, and from the citizens of Clearwater County for additional avenues of communication, as well as different types of media, different types of communication, and sharing messages to and from the county. In particular, most recently, the desire to start increasing the frequency of video communication and so forth. So based on some discussions, we thought it would be prudent to bring this back before the committee and let the committee discuss this increased demand and provide us some direction as to whether the committee would be willing to recommend to council to include this position in the draft 2021 operating budget.
Questions for administration? Marie, on the agenda item report, item number 5 says cease using trim, use HP only, integrate with SharePoint. What is trim and HP?
Trim was our original records management system, and a number of years back, I think it was about 5 or 6 years back, we started transition towards a Hewlett-Packard product. That's what the HP stands for. And part of the scope of the review was to look at these two systems, and their findings were that the HP product was superior and we should quit using the two systems. Some departments are using trim, some are using the HP system. The recommendation is migrate entirely to the HP system, get everybody trained up on that, port the information over from trim, and retire the trim system and go forward. HP system also integrates with our SharePoint. SharePoint is a Microsoft product that we are making the hub of our internal website and is going to be increasing in its use and visibility within the county. Council will also be enjoying the access of SharePoint in terms of finding documents and collaborating on documents and so forth. It's going to increase our flexibility going forward.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I was going to ask this question about HP. I thought that it came on board about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, but, and I thought that we were going to quit using trim about 3 years ago as well, so I'm kind of surprised to see we're still using it. My question, I thought we had an IT person. I kind of recall when we switched over to HP that when we had staff that was trained in the records management. I don't want to say the name because of FOIP, but I remember some discussions about this. Is that person no longer doing this?
You're correct, Councillor Lang. We did have roughly half a position dedicated to records management. That was our attempt to start mitigating the risk that we were dealing with. What we found, though, is that our IT demands have been growing exponentially as well. So in terms of managing, well, quite honestly, is the IT needs have been pulling away from records management. So IT has not completely abandoned this. IT is still supporting the position, but what we're finding is, as you pointed out, we haven't been successful in making that transition from trim to HP yet. And it's really dedication and really bringing in a records professional. This has become a discipline of its own over the years. And what we're looking at is that guidance beyond just the electronic part of it, but all of our records management in general, and trying to cut down on paper and getting as much electronic and securing that information as we can.
So I guess I have a kind of a second question or concern. and it might be difficult because these are two different positions. It just seems one department asking for 2 staff is a lot. I understand the ask. Staffing is the most expensive part of this organization. I personally don't like adding staff if we don't have to. So I guess my question is, could you see that these 2 positions, could they be merged into one where one person fulfills both of them? I don't see how a marketing, video, social media position could take up full time, given that we already have someone. So anyways, I fully believe in job sharing whenever possible and cross-training. And so I'm just looking to see if there's any ways that we can sort of prevent the hiring of 2 people.
And I appreciate that suggestion and observation, Councillor Lang. Administration also looks for those efficiencies and tries to reduce the staffing requirements as much as possible as well. And quite honestly, our review of these 2 positions is they're too dissimilar to try and look for one person to solve both. I think any less than a full-time position in records coordination won't see the success that we're looking for. I don't think we'll make the strides that we really need to meet the recommendations of the report. And as for the communications position, we could look at less than a full-time position there. It certainly would be an addition. Quite honestly, we don't face the risks in the communication side that we're facing on the records management side. It may mean that we don't accomplish as much as we'd like to, but we still would be further ahead than we are now. So we could definitely explore less than a full-time position there.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, I think my question has more to do with the software or the system for keeping the records. And are we aware of what our adjacent municipalities use for a record-keeping system? And hopefully there's some ability to align with those. I know we went through the ICF process and we're going through a number of discussions with some of our municipalities. It'd be nice to know if we have some level playing field to be able to compare.
As part of the scope of the review project in 2019, we did ask the consultants to look at both of our systems, and if they felt there were shortcomings in those systems, to recommend a new product. Their assessment was that the HP system that we're currently using would meet all of our needs. I am aware of other systems that are being used in other municipalities. I'm not aware of any shortcomings with the HP system that we're losing out on anything. Having the same system as other municipalities really doesn't necessarily give us additional functionality in terms of sharing information and so forth. So there's no benefit to be gained there. But I'm comfortable that the HP system is equally effective and cost-effective a system now. I'm not aware of significant shortcomings that would cause us to start looking for a new system.
Councillor Laird.
Through the chair, I have a couple questions and possibly some supplemental questions. My first question is to our CAO and to Mr. Hagan as well. With regard to staffing policy, on point number 3, it says that we can authorize that the CAO will determine those managerial and supervisory positions, etc., and you make decisions according to this policy. So what is the process for determining staff needs, and how often do you review the overall organizational function, productivity, and morale, especially as local and world events impact our organization? That's question 1, and then I will likely have some supplemental.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Laird. I would suggest that we do it annually formally, but daily informally. We are always, that is always on the top of our agenda to look at for efficiencies. As this council knows, when new council came in, we managed to eliminate 9 full-time positions. And we've looked for cross-training opportunities and opportunities to create other efficiencies even outside of scope since. So I would suggest that is a continual effort, not just a scheduled effort.
Great, thank you. So how do you and your staff determine the needs related to hiring versus potentially contracted services?
Typically, Councillor Laird, if I may, that's a lot of times that's a cost analysis. When it's short-termed, a contract for a year may be more expensive, but to bring on a staff is illogical unless you can get them into a contract term. We've used that quite a bit as well, rather than a contractor, contracted employee termed. So we typically look at the need versus the cost and what the best option is as far as a position, whether it lands into a contracted world employee or a contracted employee.
And if I may, was contracted services considered for any of the, or either of these positions?
The possibility of a contracted position was definitely looked at for the communications position. Could continue to be a consideration going forward. As CAO Emmons has indicated, part of our rationale and reasoning in terms of going forward with a contract position is we don't anticipate that these demands in the communication area are going to decrease in the future. If we thought this was more of a short-term, get caught up and then we're good type situation, definitely a contract would be more cost efficient. We're seeing this at least staying high, if not continuing to increase in the future, as well as looking for constant cover off if the one communications coordinator is unavailable and there's an urgent need for a project to go forward. So we're looking at a longer term situation, and that's why we felt that the employment situation would be more suitable for that. In terms of the records management, we don't see that as going away anytime soon. We don't see that as just getting caught up. Getting caught up is part of it, but then it's going to be an ongoing exercise in terms of making sure we're staying on top of records management and securing our files and so forth going forward. So we see that as an ongoing need.
If you don't mind. And I suspected that, you know, we certainly have a lot more concerns with regard to the security of our files and records management. So I suspected that that probably played into the decision making around this request. I know it was a request as part of 2020 budget, and quite frankly, you offered that up as an alternative to help us ensure that we stayed within budget. So I guess my supplemental questions is, let's just concentrate first of all on the records management. If this were to be approved through the budget, is there opportunity to consider advertising and or hiring that position for the fourth quarter of 2020? And then I've got a question on the other one.
We certainly could. We've got a draft job description put together, so that would be feasible to look at hiring into the fourth quarter of this year.
I'm hoping this is it. On the second position for marketing, video, and social media, as I went through page 3 of 5 or 11 of 18, it shows a number of the things, a growing trend in how we're managing our communications and function areas. I actually had a whole bunch of notes on where I've seen it growing, so I can certainly see, especially given the recent events with COVID, how we're trying to get a lot more messaging out. I see this as something that is going to continue to evolve. And I'd like to see some assistance in this area. So very similar to my last question, and I see this as a need even sooner than the other one. that if it were to be approved by this council, and of course, we have a lot of discussion on it, is there budget and opportunity to consider advertising and hiring this position for the third quarter of 2020? Recognizing, I think that we've got a lot more to do, and it's growing very quickly, almost exponentially. I see the need now.
I don't disagree. We do have a need now, and we've been managing this as best we can. I believe the committee members are aware that our communications coordinator will be starting 1-year leave in July. And we were actually, and I don't think it's mentioned here, my apologies, but we're actually looking at potentially filling this position halfway through 2021. When our coordinator was back, we weren't entirely comfortable putting that pressure on a cover-off person who is expected to maintain the current workload going forward. What we did discuss, though, is potentially supplementing with some contract assistance until mid-2021 to help us address some of these more critical issues as we get there.
So, if I understand, you would contract potentially the half of the year? Like starting in January? Or would you consider contracting starting halfway through this year? Well, I guess 3/4 the way through this year into next year. I just see this is growing so quickly.
And I would suggest that the decision to contract be more around specific items. We wouldn't necessarily just bring a contractor in and say, okay, you're here every day of the week working on whatever. We would prioritize and say, what are the key things we may not be getting to that need to be done? And look at, is a contract solution available to address those key priority areas and help us address those as we go along. So I would say the contracting might be ad hoc. We might have somebody on working steady for us for a week or two, and then maybe not for a week or two type of thing. So it would definitely be around the workload and the priority issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, this is, I think, kind of related to Councillor Liard's first comment or question, and it's kind of a side off of this this agenda item. But it seems that whenever there's a new position that comes before council, and I recognize the need for both of these. However, I think there may be times when there's an opportunity that we don't need a position in the organization, and there's no policy for that to come before council. And I recognize that this administration has been very cognizant of looking for efficiencies, extremely so. But there is no policy that when staff leave, about that coming before council and maybe reducing a position. And I could think of two that were not filled just because this council became aware of it. And one was because our CIO actually brought it to us. He didn't need to, but he did. And one was our CPOs. There was a vacancy, and when this council first came on, we quickly had the discussion about keeping it at 4 rather than rehiring, and the other was with the fire position. And this council, both those instances believed that those positions did not need to be hired. And it is so much easier to not fill a position than to lay someone off, which I don't ever want to see. So I'm just asking if this administration could maybe bring back at some time in the future a potential policy or for a chance for us to discuss opportunities or when someone leaves, so council can have the discussion with administration if that is a position that needs to be filled. And that way, rather than having this new positions constantly being created and more people come into the organization, which is costlier and costlier, that we can kind kind of have it's a way to keep on top of things without getting staff heavy, I guess. So that's just a thought, and I'm not sure how the rest of council feels, so maybe they can just ponder it for a while. But I really hate hiring people, and I'm not, these positions I think are necessary because of the growth in technology, but maybe there's other areas that aren't quite so necessary, or areas where there can be job sharing, or the position can be changed if someone leaves, and change that position to tweak it with the change in organization. So those are just some thoughts.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
In regards to the ask today, in regards that I'm a full support. I do know as far as what Councillor Yard is referred to as far as going through the tasks and areas of the communications department. I do know, and I did reach out to one of the contractors, which was the Joe Media out of Lacombe. And they've broken down what each social media platform, the hours per week that are dedicated to that, to keep on as management, not necessarily, and we all know is met with managing and with fulfilling that with content, it's more than a full-time job actually between all 5 platforms. So I can pass that along afterwards. If I go back to a webinar that 13 Ways Doug Griffiths had talked about, he said being online is nice, but being online in the future is imperative, because that is the key communication that most people are now using, is being online. Yes, we do have a certain segment that watch the television or will read a newspaper. But going forward, especially with COVID, if we get a second lapse, absolutely our online information communication needs to be there, needs to be timely, needs to be engaging. That to me is a huge concern, because I believe we're just there, and we could be even a little bit more. I can see that with just a small bit of effort, or just with that. So, so going forward with that, I would agree with Councillor Yard, where you can contract services, yes, or what you had mentioned, sorry, Mr. Hagan, was contract services for certain projects, great. But in the meantime, I think we need to develop this area of our county department. And I understand the risks in the records keeping, so I am full support of that, getting that where we need to go. So, can I make a motion with that? I would make a motion that this committee recommends to council that we have staffing positions for records and communications started for the 21 budget.
Councillor Duncan.
I think I support that in principle. I also, for me, I recognize that we have already hired someone to fill in a maternity position in the communications. I think there's room there to assess how that works out, and if we have to supplement that with more possibly contractor work during the next year of that maternity leave. But I would tend to work towards managing that and assessing how this extra staff or additional staff work, and then working towards in 2021 completing that position. If we see that it's we're using, to get the work done, we're using more and more contractors, that we would work towards, when the maternity person returns, keeping the other person on as well if they're working out fine and have a desire to stay. I think that's a more seamless transition and gives us a little bit of time into 2021 to look at that. So it would be in the 2021 budget for me as well for some further discussion, but we can do a little bit more assessment over the start of this maternity leave and see how that works. The other one is the record keeping. I think we're in at least a position that we're gonna have to at least catch up and see how as we transition to a different system works. That I do agree with Councillor Lang. You never, if you have, or if you never want to have to lay people off, but we're gonna need more people, or another person, I think, at least to catch up. And again, we can assess if the systems work out and depending on the level of staff ability to manage themselves as opposed to having a dedicated person to do some of the record keeping entries, et cetera, then we can take another look at that one at the 2021 or 2022 budget there.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, so I absolutely agree that, we need to look at our efficiencies, and we need to also support the staff requests. I don't believe there's extra people. I believe our position that is going on mat leave is literally within next couple weeks, or month. There's not much overlap here.
We're looking at early to mid-July. So right now we do have 2 people, and the purpose is cross-training right now. So yeah, over the next course of within a month, we'll be back to 1 person for the next year.
And it's great to have the overlap. I almost see that almost like an internship. And I would imagine that anybody that you bring in for the contract services is internship opportunities. I think there was a whole show that Mr. Trump had on that. Perhaps that's our opportunity here. With regard to Councillor Lang's comment on policy, I had a quick reread of the policy we have on page 13 of 18, and in the policy statement itself, the first sentence and the second and third sentences breaks our I'd say our roles as council versus management apart, and maybe it's a matter of just sort of looking at it, and our role in looking at the level of service and the programs is through the budget process, and I see that as already being developed, and it's here in the current policy: hiring, promotion, any other professional development, succession planning. That's human resources. That's up to our CAO. I have faith in our CAO that he and his staff will continue to monitor and manage this. So I don't know that we need another policy, but I think we need to understand that this policy covers that, or we need to amend this policy. I think the policy before us is the one that we need to work off of. So if you think there's amendments that need to be brought on this, that's perhaps where we need to focus. Just rather than building another one, I think this is the policy.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I think we've had some good discussion here, and I'd like to pick up on where Councillor Duncan made the comment about the replacement for the current communications person, the fact that we'll be able to look at that person over the next year. I think that that's a contractual position. I think that's a very good way of bringing somebody toward the organization, and we'll be able to assess both the performance of that individual together with the workload going forward somewhere towards the end of, or past the middle of 2021. So in a similar vein, I like that approach very much. So for the records keeping suggestion, I would also recommend look at contractual type arrangement. First to bring our records keeping up to date, and then decide what needs to be done going forward. So I would encourage a contractual arrangement there.
Councillor Lang.
Oh, I just want to make a comment here. I believe the staffing policy and education policy, I had made a request to administration to bring that back to this council, and I believe it's coming to council sometime in August. There's a few things that have come to my attention that we will discuss at that time.
I would just like to add that I agree with what Councillor Laird had said about bringing on a communications person as this additional position, even if it's contractual, as early as possible. We only have to look at our MDP review, and because the COVID situation has not completed itself yet, we do not know what the future is going to bring. And we have to remember that the MDP is not just a council document, it is a whole community document. And if we are limited in any way in having public hearings and having the ability to hear from the residents of Clearwater County as we do this MDP review, it will not be, well, honestly, we can't go forward with it if we are not getting our residents' input. And I believe this extra communications person with the skills that are mentioned in this agenda package, you know, we need that additional resource on staff so we can keep the communication up with our residents. We only need to look at our the land use bylaw that came up a while ago, and so much of the issue with the land use bylaw was misinformation, and it was a lack of us getting that information out in a prompt and timely manner that led to a lot of the issues as we move forward with that. And I think we need this person as soon as possible so we can keep good information in the hands of our residents, especially with the MDP review. So if we have a motion, could you read that back to us, Tracy?
That the committee recommends that council considers adding staff positions for records coordination and communications in the 2021 budget.
Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. So next on the agenda is 6.1, Nordegg Manufactured Home Subdivision Lot Purchase Prices. If we could just have a 2-minute recess so we can fill up our coffee cups again. 9:59 a.m. And we are beginning item 6.1, planning development, the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision lot purchase prices. You have the floor.
Good morning, committee members. The item in front of you today is regarding the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision that we've created out in Nordegg. And would like to talk to the committee again today about setting lot purchase prices. These are 30 lots. They range in size from 0.034 to 0.069 hectares in size. Up on the screen is a map showing the 30 lots created in phase 1 of development. And in regard to the lot prices, we've had discussions in the past at a previous committee meeting. And as you recall, Lorna Moore, who works for Tamarack Trail Realty, did up a market evaluation for us. And we wanted to bring that forward now that we have the lots subdivided, lot sizes are set. And so what I've done in the package is basically laid out the range of prices. The market evaluation set a range in price from $55,000 to $75,000 per parcel, and base it on size. So if you look in your package, there's a range there. 8 of the lots are $55,000, and it goes on and kind of lists each category. I guess in a nutshell, 20 of the lots, so 2/3 of the lots, would sit between the $55,000 and $65,000 range, with the larger ones, 1/3 of the lots, 10 of them, between the range of $68,000 and $75,000. Now, if you recall, some of the discussions that took place at the previous committee meeting, we looked at the revenue being brought in. These 30 lots at this proposed lot price rate would come in at $1.91 million of revenue once they all sell. In the past, council was interested in knowing costs of creating the subdivision, and costs to do this subdivision, along with, that includes actual and some projected. We still have some fencing to do, and those costs come in at $1,638,000, and that does not include paving. Paving of Shale Court and Limestone Way, the 2 cul-de-sacs. Eric has let me know that the paving estimate there is $251,000. So if you combine the costs with the paving of those 2 cul-de-sacs, the total lot value at this market price, we would recover those costs and a little bit more. I wanted to kind of give you an idea of where these lot prices would sit with some of the others that we have on the market in Nordegg. If you look at the lots, the other fully serviced lots that are in the south side of Nordegg, we have the Nordegg Leisure Residence lots down on Elizabeth Avenue. Those prices were set at $80,000 to $95,000. And then the Nordegg manufactured home lots would slot in below that. If you look at the unserviced lots that we've had for sale on the north side, which was really meant to generate some income, and you have to remember these are much bigger lots. The Nordegg rural residence lots sold for between $145,000 and $158,000. The Nordegg leisure residence, the cottage lots, and we still have a number of those for sale, but sales are picking up on those. Those range between $74,000 and $96,000. And then our Nordegg industrial lots range from $117,000 to $128,000. Also attached to your package is a copy of the Nordegg lot purchasing policy. And it's our proposal that if council agrees to this market evaluation and sets the prices accordingly, that we would do similar to what we're doing with the residential lots on the south side of Nordegg, and it also would be our intention with the new commercial lots that construction's underway right now, and we hope to have those created by next year. On the south side of town, our real estate agent feels it's important to set a firm lot price. When we look at other municipalities and the way they market land, it's clear right on the package that it's not open for negotiation. On the north side of Nordegg, where they were more rural lots, we did negotiate a little bit. We've been sticking to around the 4 to 5% reduction rate. I know policy allows me to use my discretion up to 12%. We've not had to go that high. And we actually feel it would be beneficial on the south side of Nordegg to advertise those prices as firm. We feel that these are reasonable in the fact that where can you buy lots like this, service lots in the east slopes and in the mountains? We also are pretty confident that once we have the commercial historic core up and going, ready to sell next year, we believe that will add an attractiveness to the other residential lots on the south side of Nordegg as well. The other thing the policy allows us to do is to set a timeline from once a person purchases the lot, they have a certain amount of time to construct a building on it, or in this case, place a building on it. The historic core lots down on Elizabeth Avenue, we've set at 3 years. For the manufactured home subdivision, 3 might be a way to go, or if council chooses, you could not put a limit at all. What we found with the limit is especially on the north side of Nordegg, it's been very helpful. We would have had a lot of people buy a lot and throw an RV on there and be content. But instead, over the last 15 years, we've been able to generate a lot of assessed value in those lots up there. So I think my suggestion would be to do it the same as the Nordegg Historic Core Residential and set a 3-year time limit. And that would be in accordance with the Nordegg lot purchasing policy. Council, if you look at the sketch up on the board there, if you look at Lot 1, Block 2, and Lot 13, Block 2, they are the ones closest to Quarry Road. And then also, Tracy, a little bit over to the right, Block 1, Lot 1, those 3 lots. In our previous discussions with this committee, you had expressed an interest for the county to maybe hold those 3 lots in the case that we may want to use a manufactured home parcel for staff housing in the future. Now, some things have evolved in regard to the staff housing, and we're now utilizing an industrial parcel. But I wanted to ask if council still was wanting us to hold those 3 lots, or whether you just want them on the market. It's interesting, if you look at Lot 17 up in the top right, the other one right along Quarry Road, that's the lot I've had the most interest in. There's a fellow that works at the quarry, and he lives in Blackfalds right now, and he's been asking about that lot, but he likes the view on that lot. And obviously he's not bothered by the trucks, he works with them. But we have had interest in that lot. I think that's all I have at this point in time. Our recommendation is that the committee recommend that council approve the lot purchase prices according to this Schedule A. You can see up there right now, I have proposed in brackets. If this committee recommends to council, I would remove proposed. But I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, if anybody has any.
So any questions? Councillor Lang.
Mr. McRae, I believe these lots that we suggested holding for staff was because at that time we were under the understanding there would not be enough staff accommodation in the industrial area. Are you saying that there is enough
Well,
staffing spaces in the industrial area now?
there is enough for our needs right now. In the future, though, as Nordegg grows, there may still be an opportunity. So no, Councillor Lang, I'm not saying that there won't be an opportunity. I just wanted to clarify whether or not you felt it was still important. Our immediate needs are met. So this summer, we're covered. If we have the same number of staff next year, we're covered.
So are the immediate needs met with the students that come in to run the historic park? And
Yes,
the-
yes, they
Yeah.
are. Yeah. And that even takes into account taking down the old 100-year-old homes that they've been living in.
So how many staffing spaces were created out at the industrial area?
I believe there were 3 in the shop, and I believe there are 4 in the new manufactured home that has been purchased that will be
Okay.
placed on the industrial parcel. So that's 7.
Which is good. The one, like, I'm still kind of wondering if we shouldn't hold at least one lot here. I'm thinking because some of these students may not have a vehicle, and this way they can actually walk to the museum. It's just a thought.
I'm looking for the committee's direction here. We have no problem holding these 3 lots if that's what you wish to still do.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
But I agree with Councillor Lang that maybe we should be holding back 1. I don't think we need to hold back 3. I have no preference to any of the 3 that we talked about before. I'm thinking if there's somebody else that comes along that has interest in one of those, let them have it. But as far as that, the other question I have, I guess, is Lorna Moore, what did she base her lot comparisons to? Like, did she base them off of another municipalities where that, I would like to know the more details on that, please.
She did look for comparisons. It was very difficult to find a comparison exactly the same. There are no lots like this available in these slopes of Alberta. She looked at, there's a subdivision in Red Deer, or pardon me, one in Red Deer, one in Rocky Mountain House, and then there was one, I think, in Drayton Valley. Again, it's not totally comparable, but she feels that it reflects the market out there. When you look at these prices, I think that once we have the commercial lots available, when you get people interested in putting businesses out there, I believe you're all of a sudden going to see a rejuvenated interest in both the historic residential lots and these lots. I kind of think that we could boost these prices a little bit, but maybe this is a place to start. But she did look at comparables, understanding that there was nothing exactly like this.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, as I was looking at this, and various thoughts came to mind, because I was looking at, okay, lots 1, 13, 1, and 17 are right along Quarry Road, and, they're going to be the most impacted by traffic. So I wondered at that point, how do those numbers compare to I guess, other places where you've got more traffic, and should we be reducing it? And then I read our policy that says that we can reduce it by 12%, and you're asking us to stand kind of firm. So I guess my one question is, were these prices determined before COVID or once COVID happened? Because I think that that's going to have a large bearing on how we move forward. COVID is not going away. It is our new normal, and we need to be recognizing the impact of it.
In answer to your question, these parcels, or the market evaluation was done prior to COVID.
Okay, so supplemental, if I may. I guess determining that, and when I calculated the 12% that we could potentially, I guess, negotiate around, I took that off the 1.9 million, and it worked out to just a little under 230,000. So honestly, I see us potentially, I recognize once we've got some things in line and we're going, these numbers will seem probably undervalued, but we need to keep this going. So we're in COVID. We need to help grow this community. I think we're going to have to look at having more opportunity to evaluate these, especially those 3 on the outside. I think that they are going to end up having to be potentially reduced to see them move. I appreciate that it's difficult, very difficult, to try to compare this to something else. It's certainly not a city environment. There's a lot of needs in this community for recreational items. Lots of people want to have those right beside them. So I recognize that's a challenge as well, because we're trying to encourage people to think of how they're going to manage their lives in a smaller, I'll say semi-urban environment as it grows and evolves, but we're not quite there yet. So I don't know that I would be on the firm side of these numbers just yet. I think that staff's going to need that flexibility as our economy finally kicks up and gets going. I think we're going to have to help kind of get this going. Those are just some of my comments, and thank you for filling me in on, or all of us in on when this, so that was pre-COVID. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
We have yet to sell a lot out here, so at this point it's kind of a lot of speculation on how much interest there's going to really be, and if we're going to need to have a 12% negotiation range or not. I would always start with a firm price and see where that goes. And that's what we did before Nordegg. It was and we had tremendous sales for a number of years there, and when we got into less sales is when we sort of transitioned into using the realtors and also going with a bit of a variable price. I would suggest, again, we haven't sold a lot, so we have opportunity to increase or decrease the number we want to hold back, but I would start with a couple probably. If there's interest in any of them, like someone suggested, we could switch to another lot without any trouble. And the only other comment I would say is that we also discussed, I thought at one time, that if we're holding these lots, it could potentially be for us to be the owner and renter of those lots, because we've talked about the transition it would require for some people, or not able to, current residents even of Nordegg, not able to purchase a lot, but could possibly rent from us and move or purchase a new mobile home and put on those lots. So that holding a couple lots gives us that option in the future as well.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, a couple thoughts. I agree a lot with what Councillor Duncan had said. I don't think we were firm. This is saying that we would only sell and not lease or rent lots, and I don't think this council made a firm decision on that. I'm also thinking about the residents that live there behind the museum. Some of them, we've heard from them, they simply cannot buy. They cannot get a mortgage. Their homes are unmovable. So perhaps the way to aid them would be to allow them to lease or rent for a period of time until they built up some equity and could therefore get a mortgage. Also, the 12% offers some flexibility to aid those individuals as well. So I have no problem with keeping the 12%. You mentioned lot 17, that you've already had some interest. I could see that there is a mountain view. That person works at the quarry. The rest of the lots right along there, I'm not so sure if they're going to have a mountain view. They might be looking at the walls of a trailer beside them. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be demand for these lots or not. But I am okay with the 12%.
Just a question, and I don't understand the real estate, but if you offer, 12% negotiation and the first lot that comes along is negotiated down to that 12% minimum, doesn't that become the floor price of the lots? Nobody's going to pay more than that for those lots. And then you'd be coming back to us potentially and ask, well, do we have to have another range based on the new floor price for lots?
What you're saying there, Jim, is in fact the way it appears to work. If you were to give a 10 or a 12% discount to somebody, that's open knowledge. And so the next people coming in, that's where they want to go. I mentioned earlier that with our sales in the last 3 years, we were around that 6% reduction, and we've now got it down to about a 4% reduction. And, people, when they ask the real estate agent to do comparisons, they find out. So if we were to jump quickly to the 12% discount, yeah, others would be asking for it as well. Is it important to have some wiggle room for special circumstances? Yes. But just because this gives us the discretion to go to 12, we still negotiate. Please don't get the idea that we've been automatically knocking 12% off the price, because we've not been.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, I think we should be quite firm in the pricing. I think what's been proposed here is reasonable. We also have the developments going on this year on the core. I agree with the comments that have been made that that should strengthen the overall market out here. And also, thinking about this COVID, it could be that this could be one of the most popular areas to come and live. I'm not sure that COVID in this case is a negative. It could in fact be a positive. So I would like to see us hold rather firm on the prices as suggested here. I think they're all reasonable. Let's try it and see what happens.
Councillor Lang?
I was just thinking here that I do see both sides. And I do agree that if you sell one and it's 12% less, that's what the baseline price is going to be. I'm just wondering, with summer coming, first of all, when do you expect to put these on the market? Is that right away here?
We could put them right away. The fencing won't be done until later this fall, but that shouldn't stand in the way. Paving isn't going to happen until 2021. So we could put them on the market as soon as council decides.
I'm just thinking the quicker we sell them, the better for the county. Maybe we could offer the first 6 months, first year, 12%, then the 12%. As an incentive to try and get some sold for just a sale price for the first few months, and see what happens. It's just a thought.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Well, through this discussion, I have, my mind's been going to, and I kind of am along the lines of Councillor Lang, is like, how do we kickstart the sales? And you had also mentioned, Keith, that we could put like a timeline for development to move on as well. So I guess for me, it would be like, first 6 months, $5,000 off the lot sale, And if you move a trailer, or 2,500, and if you move a trailer or mobile home on it within the first year, another 2,500 off. You get things happening real quick, you get things serviced, you could have, it's an incentive, and I guess that's where I'm at on that. And if you go with a flat number versus a percentage, we're firm on the price, but if you're willing to buy this within, let's say by October of this year, or even December, because we're we're June, so December of this year, paid in full, $2,500 off, and if there's a mobile home in the year 2021, another $2,500 off. And we got people, they're living, and in all honesty, that's less than 12%, 5,000, but it's an incentive.
Other comments? So are people comfortable with the 3 years to, I guess, develop the lot? Everyone's good with that? Shorten it up, extend it longer? Admin is looking for direction. So 3 years good, head nods? Okay. The county lots, or the option for the county to keep 2-1, 2-13, and 1-1 for future county. I've heard discussion to say we should only keep one and sell the other two. Is it a matter of putting them all on the market and letting the first two sell and let the market decide which ones are more popular, and then we keep the least popular one? And then in 12 months, if they've all sold, we can reevaluate that decision, or keep going until we decide whether or not we need the staff housing? Are people comfortable with that? Anyone not comfortable with that direction? Okay, Keith, that's clear. Now, I seem to recall that at one point when we were talking about the trailer owners by the museum, we were going to make an ability to offer the lots to those trailer owners first. Now, Teresa, you've explained that there's some concerns about people not being able to afford those lot prices. Is that something we are going to do and offer the lots to the current residents in Nordegg first? Or do we just release them all on the market and see what happens? Councillor Lang.
I guess my thoughts are just put them on the market and see what happens. Maybe none will sell,
Okay.
We don't know. Some of those mobile homeowners have already approached the banks.
Okay.
They can't get a mortgage. Their only option if they stay in Nordegg is to rent or lease. How they get a home there, I don't know. But it's a conundrum. Some of them have lived out there in their entire lives.
So is there a plan to inform the current residents of Nordegg about these lots for sale? Is it a matter of advertising in the Nordegg Squeak to get the information out to everyone so everyone is informed of this?
We certainly can do that. Typically, we leave it up to the real estate agent to market them.
Okay.
But we can certainly make sure the letter is sent out to each of those leaseholders.
I would like to see that done, so
Okay.
at least they have been notified that those lots are for sale.
I can tell you that there's some that just simply will not move. They will have to be drug out. And there's some that are incapable of moving. One that's very elderly and ill.
Yeah.
It's not a simple solution.
I'm not saying it is a simple solution, and I'm not saying we're going to drag them off their existing lots either. We're just informing the residents that there is this option to go forward. Councillor Vandermeer.
I didn't have it.
Mr. Chairman, in response or in regard to the manufactured home lease situation, we as you know, are working on an update of the Nordegg development plan. And that's one of the topics that we'll be wanting to discuss with council. We've got pretty much a draft almost ready to come to council, realizing that this is just making the existing document current. And there is a couple of statements right now in the current plan that suggest that as soon as the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision is done, that it's time to move those manufactured homes that are existing. We realize that that has changed, and we're sensing that council is not wanting to push these folks out right away. So I wanted to reassure you that as we come back to you to discuss making the plan current, that is a topic of discussion that we need you to discuss with us. And, look at setting some ideas or policies in that revised document.
Councillor Laird.
Through the chair, I guess as we're talking about the revised document for Nordegg and how that community is going to evolve, one of the promises that we made that community as a council back in November when we met with them at their meeting was that they would be involved and they would have public engagement. I recognize again, COVID has given us quite a challenge. It's imperative that we involve that community, and I would say the rest of the community as a whole, the county. This is our hamlet. We're paying for it, lock, stock, and barrel to be developed. That's the deal we made with the provincial government. So how do you see us being able to do public engagement, and what kind of timelines are you looking at? Because it's imperative that we get back out there. They need to feel involved. It is their community.
Councillor Laird, we too feel an urgency to even though COVID has set us back a little bit, we feel an urgency. We want to be able to engage with council, and then meet with the public, especially out in Nordegg. Originally, we had thought we could have that meeting, like meet with council and then still have time to have an open house in June. Now it's looking like, we can meet with council over the next month or two. And what we've set as a goal is to have an open house in Nordegg no later than the September long weekend. Because what that will allow is a lot of folks that have invested money in the north side of Nordegg, if we hold it on a weekend in the summer, they can possibly come and participate. So the last thing we want is this to be delayed past the summer. So I guess what I can assure you is that we're close to being able to set a time to come in front of council, and then shortly after that, we can set a time to meet with the community.
Councillor Lang.
I'm just wondering if it should be the other way around, if we should be meeting with the community first. They may have some ideas and thoughts. We have a lot of decisions we have to make out there, how we're going to do this. The people that live out there might have some ideas for us, and that will aid us in our council discussion. Rather than us going out there and dictating to them our thoughts, we can listen to them, and we can consider their thoughts.
Following the terms of reference that was laid out by council. The idea is that this document is not a full review. If it was a full review, we'd be going out and asking for ideas and vision. This is building off of an existing document. What we've done as administration is gone through the document. 20 years have passed. A lot has been done. And so it's okay, let's look at the existing document. Where are we at? Let's update it. Is there some room for some little tweaks? Yes. But given the fact that this is making it current, the terms of reference was based on, okay, let's run the obvious changes. Most of the changes are to maps. The other thing we're doing is trying to reduce the text. It was a very wordy document, and in many ways it was trying to stimulate a market. But we've not made any policy changes or direction. But the one example I showed you is an example where we need some further discussion from council. You know, timelines as to the relocation of those existing manufactured homes, that needs some discussion. And we wanted council to be familiar with what it's going to take to make this document current and then go out to the public. We're still open to their ideas.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is that the community has various events. Is there, at the very least, perhaps there's opportunity to, if we're not going to, you know, if we have to see it first because of how process works, perhaps there's an opportunity to go out with some staff to some of these events and set up a booth and ask for input and ideas so that that can start to go into there. That would not be the full-on community engagement, but I think it would be a good halfway step to start gathering that information within the community, to have somebody and a table or a booth and maybe some sticky notes. I don't know how that would work exactly with COVID, but I think it's important that we start gathering that information from the community. And even if we have, you know, somebody in person, I would normally say, okay, put it online. I think you could do that as well. But I think people really connect with other people, and the opportunity with somebody at some event in the corner and a little table and a booth and a flip chart and says, I've got this idea, and you write it down. And that way we can start gleaning that information immediately.
Okay, I'd like to try to bring the discussion back to the lots. It's been a good discussion, but is there any other information that administration needs from us? Any other direction? I don't believe so. Okay, so we have a staff recommendation that the committee recommends that council approve the lot purchase price for the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision as shown on the attached Schedule A. Could I have a councillor make, or a committee member make that motion? Councillor Vandermeer, any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Lang.
Just questioning, is that motion to have these prices firm or with including the 12%?
I believe it's including the 12% variance for administration's discretion.
Chair, please. I make the motion as written with the amendment that relative to shown as attached in Schedule A and subject to $2,500 reduction if a purchase is concluded prior to December 31st, 2020.
My only concern with that, Councillor Vandermeer, is all of a sudden we're contradicting the Nordegg lot purchasing policy. And the policy states 12%. So if we're going to be changing what we're doing, we can't have two contrasting items. We can't have a motion that says 2,500 and a policy that says 12%, because that is going to lead to an issue in the future.
I guess I would see this as a specific item. We have a policy for overall in Nordegg, but this is a specific variance relative to this package of lots.
So no variance of 12%, the $2,500 discount before December 31st, 2020. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Lang.
I would like to keep the 12% or the $5,000 as an initial incentive, and if they get a home on before a year, they're another $2,500 off, sort of at Deputy Reeve Swanson had suggested. I think that would be a real initiative. So I will not be voting in favor of your motion, Councillor Vandermeer.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just for clarity, you're, Councillor Vandermeer, you're keeping the 12% variance plus the 2,500, or just keeping prices firm?
Prices firm. Using only $2,500 as the incentive for an early sale this year. We have the concept of or the statement that you need to have something built or installed on the property within 3 years. I think that's fine. So it doesn't really make any difference to me whether it's installed in 2021 or in 3 years. If you're going to buy it, you're probably going to put something on it. And I think getting it sold, getting somebody in an ownership position, enabling them to move forward is the key thing. That I want to see the incentive there.
Follow-up, Deputy?
No, I'll leave
Oh, Keith?
I just have a question for Councillor Vandermeer. Now, the lot purchase price still gives the Director of Planning discretion up to 12%, but I heard you mention firm. Are you still suggesting that we have some wiggle room, or are you suggesting that prices are firm but there are discounts? I just want to make sure that that's clarified. And also
For clarity, on this package, I'm suggesting that we use firm pricing, and that we provided a discount available if you make an immediate purchase. I feel that that's particularly appropriate in this year, in that we have development going on that I think will change the scope and attractiveness of the Nordegg area by next year. So to provide something for an immediate, encourage an immediate sale, I think we should provide something that is clear and not get involved even in negotiations on it. Just provide something that's clear, provide a direct incentive, because by next year I think my view is we should not be providing additional reductions next year.
Councillor Laird.
I like where we're going with this, to try to create excitement, some incentive to get the ball rolling, as it were. I just am a little bit hesitant to jump on board Councillor Vandermeer's motion, because the way it currently reads, we're going to stay firm on this, but then come January 1, we're going to have staff then negotiating to the 12% potentially, unless we set something up. Now, if I do my math correctly, and we'll just use the $55,000 lot. At 12%, that's $6,600. So if I were wanting that lot, I would wait till January 1 and try to negotiate that lower than the $2,500 that we're suggesting. It may be better to set a percentage on all of them as the incentive. If I could give you that for food for thought, and that then allows it not to be a fixed number, but a percentage. So the bigger the lot, the bigger the opportunity. Some food for thought before we vote on this, in case you wanted to maybe change your motion.
With a percentage, but again, I guess what I'm looking for is that because of the additional amenities, opportunities for business in the area next year, I don't think we should be going down the path of a 12% reduction next year. I think we have significant investments in the area that, as has been suggested, should provide a more attractive environment in the Nordegg area. So, yeah, I'm saying that the 12% may be excessive as a range. Right now, we're not using most of that. So when I suggested 2,500, or what would that be, 5%, 2,500 or 5% in that range looks okay to me. On these lots, I think we should hold firm, because these are the lots I think that will be, some of these lots will move fairly soon, and they'll be a lot more attractive next year. I do not feel comfortable with a 12% reduction next year at all. I would not offer that at all. I am suggesting firm pricing that will come into effect January 1, 2021, and up until that time, you have the opportunity of 5%, if you like, reduction.
Councillor Laird.
Through the chair to Councillor Vandermeer, I assume then you're thinking about changing your motion then to 5% for all? And then it would, because I guess I need clarity on that. And my understanding from Mr. McRae is that historically, we've been working literally in the 4% range. So I don't have that fear, but if you really want to incentivize this, maybe it needs to be 8% until January 1.
You, through the chair also, you could, of course, add to the incentives, but based upon the history again, and yes, I am relying significantly on Mr. McRae's experience in the last period of time. And that's how I came to the 2,500, or that's on the $55,000 one, but 5% would be somewhat higher than that on some of the others, and that would be fine. So, yeah, I think it's the fact that they have been using something in the order of 4%, together with the fact that there's increasing interest in the area. And I'm also extrapolating because people need to have, call it remote and isolating properties. I think it will becoming more attractive. I think we should firm up on these prices. These prices are not exorbitant. These are reasonable prices for a property anywhere in the world these days. So yes, I am suggesting firm pricing January 1, 2021, and 5%, not 8 or 10% or 12.
Tracy, would you please reread the motion? Because we've kind of gone down a few different paths, and we just need to know exactly what the motion says.
The committee recommends that council approve.
Tracy, I don't think your microphone's picking you up yet.
That the committee recommends that council approve the lot purchase prices for the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision as shown on attached Schedule A, and offer a 5% discount off the purchase price if the purchase is concluded by December 31st, 2020.
Councillor Vandermeer, is that, are you supporting that motion still?
I still support that motion. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion, Mr. McRae.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should have mentioned this earlier, but before you vote, I just wanted to kind of give you a COVID update on the market out in Nordegg. You know, in many ways, things have slowed right down in regard to COVID, but out in Nordegg, we've remarkably seen an increase in interest. Our real estate agent, Lorna Moore, says that phone calls and inquiries are up 4 times what they were. We've had people interested in all kinds of different lots. We almost had one of the historic residential lots sold. A person had found an old house that they wanted to move in. They'd already started getting architectural controls. It looked like they would be able to do outside amendments to it and move it in. COVID interfered and work changed, and they ended up moving to Sundre instead of Nordegg, and that fell through. But I guess my point is, we are seeing a whole new dynamic out in Nordegg. We are seeing a lot of people from Calgary up there, which we've never seen in the past. Largely, it's been Edmonton coming down. So, you know, there seems to be a renewed interest, and a lot of people seem to be discovering Nordegg for the first time, which I just thought was an interesting point. What it will mean down the road for us, I don't know, but our real estate agent is quite enthusiastic about the interest that's being shown.
Further discussion on the motion for a 5% discount off the prices on Schedule A up until December 31st, 2020. Further discussion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have item 7, closed session. So is there a motion for us to enter closed session? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries. We'll begin our closed session. 1:53 PM, we have exited our closed session, and all we need is a motion for adjournment. Counselor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you all.